All right. I'm live and I'm testing out Restream again after getting their professional package, which I talked them down to the price of StreamYards because for their basic package of $19 a month, all you could do was take off their branding and put on your own logo. You couldn't change overlays, you couldn't change the backgrounds, nothing. Couldn't do anything. So I went ahead and talked to the guy and told him what I felt. And he tried telling me that StreamYard doesn't have chat. And I said, oh, they have chat. I've chatted a lot with them. Believe me, they have chat. And then he's like, well, they don't have me. And I'm like, we're getting a little sarcastic here. I didn't say anything, but I was thinking that was a little sarcastic. What's so great about you? And then he says, well, what would it take to keep you as our customer? Because I already paid the $19. And I said, be able to change my background and my overlays and not just take away your logo. I mean, I a lot more for the $25 from StreamYard. I mean, the only difference is that I can use StreamYard. I can see StreamYard, and everybody can see StreamYard and Twitch, so you guys can see each other. So that's the only thing you've got that's better. And I'm not going to pay all this money. So he offered to me for the same amount as what I was paying for StreamYard. I said, then fine, I'll take it. And I think it's the lifetime on there too. I mean, I don't know how long I'll be able to keep it, but it's, $25 is a lot of money. But so I'm testing this out again because I really need to see how it works with the layout I have. I may not be able to use this layout because the way it's laid out here, it's set up differently than StreamYard. So I may have to go ahead and I'm not sure. Hi, Fantasy. Okay, hold on a second here. I've got to take off the logo because it's right in the middle of the chat. So let's see. Take it off. Nope, that doesn't work. Take it off. Take it off. Okay. So you can bear with me a moment here while I get this. I'm using Restream, so it's a little bit different. So I have to get used to it. Okay. So Fantasy says, I feel stupid. I have been trying for 5 minutes to figure out why I was not hearing you, and I was about to say no sound here when I remembered, duh, you turned this physical speaker dial down all the way. Oh, I've done that. So hiya, I have been lurking in the background a while, but caught up enough on work to stop lurking. Oh, cool. It's nice to see you. I am, like I said, trying out a new stream, which is called Restream. And I worked on it a little bit this afternoon, but I didn't have my own because I wasn't allowed to change anything. I was not able to do anything with it. And so I just had a talk with the guy on there, telling him, you want all this money, but and all I can do is take off restream. I can't change backgrounds. I can't change overlays. I can do all of that for a lot less on StreamYard. So he ended up giving me the whole package for the amount I pay for StreamYard. I said, fine. Because I can see, like the Twitch and YouTube people can now see each other on here, which is the only thing they had going for them. But I didn't think it was worth paying all that money for. So I do have to do a little fixing of my background and my overlays, because the layout of this stream is different from StreamYard. But it's not really that big of a deal. Oh yeah, that's not right. You should have full designability on the appearance of your stream. Especially, I mean, I thought, the $19 that they wanted was bad enough. And then they told me all I could do was take off the logo. I said, you're kidding me. For $19? You're going to be able to do a lot more than that. With StreamYard gives me a lot more than that. And they tried giving me an argument, and finally he says, all right, if I give you everything for half off, which is the same as the prices you're paying for StreamYard, will you stay with us? I said, yeah. Because I like the fact that I can see both Twitch and YouTube can see each other without me having to put everything on the screen. It is your brand and not something someone else should control the look of. Well, that's the thing. Unless you pay them money, they control all of that stuff, And it's not really right. Definitely. I should be able to make my changes if I want to. And, I figured, the $19 was enough for all of that. No, they wanted $50 for everything. I'm like, nah, I don't think so. Not happening. I was about to tell them to give me my money back because they already paid the $19 for take the logo off. And then I thought that included everything. I shouldn't have assumed anything. And I wanted to use my stuff. Oh no, you can't. You have to upgrade to the next package. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So this is a little lopsided right now, and I had to take the logo off because the logo's right smack. That's the one problem I don't see how I can get around. Because where the logo goes, and it's visible through the stream. I don't know how to get around that one. You can't put the logo anywhere you want. There's a certain spot it goes. So I'm not too sure about that part. I mean, a logo's not an absolute. I mean, I could put my own logo on the overlay and put it somewhere else. So I do have some choices. Have you looked in the Streamlabs OBS? I think they have an option for streaming to more than one place, and you'll get full control on how things look on the stream. Also costs a lot of money. I know when I was going through that, besides being complicated, and I don't need complicated, every time I turn around, they wanted money for this, and money for that, and money for this. And I'm like, that's adding up a little too fast. So I'm looking for something very simple And this is simple, which is what I was looking for. Okay, I hadn't looked into what they charge for that. Yeah, that and OBS have a lot of different charges for the extra stuff, just like anything, but it was more complicated, so I prefer simple. Yeah, simple is good, definitely. I'm not how sure. Can't talk. Not sure how long I'll be on because I'm still kind of testing, and I wasn't planning on streaming tonight because I already streamed like 4 hours this afternoon while we were testing things out, and I had a bunch of people in here, so I was trying to test things out. So I figured, well, let me try this now that I can, because I want to make sure that he wasn't lying to me. Because I gave him, the extra money. I wanted to be able to make sure I could put my background and my overlay on there, which is what I did. It's just now McAfee decides to scan. Of course it does. Yeah, I was brought in on a raid when I was asleep. Oh my goodness. When was that? Earlier? I don't think I had a raid now. You're the only person who's been here. It's a little taking getting used to. I'm not totally used to it yet. Still working on it. I'm trying to figure out. Probably should make a layout of what I need to switch on here to make a new overlay. What's that? I lost the chat on my end when I reloaded to remove referral thing from the URL. I think the person's name was Strawberry. Oh, Strawberry Bell. A Strawberry Bell came in, but she was the only one who came in, and I'm like, I didn't know what was going on. So you must have been part of Strawberry Bell's raid. I remember that somebody saying something about the referral thing, but I never did anything. I've only raided a couple times, and I really didn't know what I was doing. So, um, I don't know you how to do anything with the referral thing. I never did anything. But I do remember seeing somebody say something about that. That's twice in one day. Yeah, I'm going for a record. 4 hours this afternoon. I wanted to see after talking this guy into giving me that deal. I wanted to make sure it really worked. I was afraid it didn't work at all. I wanted to make sure. But the layout is different. So even though I have to I'll have to redo it now because it doesn't work right with this. So I need to do a new a new one. Fantasy says during TwitchCon, I got in the habit of reloading streams after raids because Twitch does not count viewers if the referral rate or whatever it is on the URL. Huh. I don't know anything about that. I'm still very new to all this. So they don't count them if they don't take. So I remember somebody saying, make sure you click on the refer on in the name, and I didn't understand what they were talking about. I still don't know exactly what they're talking about because when I went over, I don't remember seeing in other people's raids. I don't remember seeing anything, so I'm not sure what they're talking about. Maybe one of these days I'll figure it out. Genesis, you go, girl. Yeah, I'm crazy. I wanted to go to sleep, and here I am still playing around. Fantasy says, not TwitchCon. I need more coffee. During Writer's Conduit. uh, that's okay. But I need to put the logo elsewhere. That's for definite sure. Because where it goes on there is right smack dab in the middle of the comment screen. So that doesn't work. And I don't think I don't think it goes over it either. I think it, if I'm looking at it right. Yeah, it's right over the comments and you can't read through it. So that doesn't work. So I can't do that. So I have to put the logo elsewhere. I'll have to make it smaller and put it like down here in the corner. Move Instagram over. Click like and subscribe is okay. It's just to come lower. I'm busy making a sketch, trying to get an idea what I need to try doing for the new overlay. I talked this guy into giving me a discount. I'm going to use it. Okay. It's small, but I'm seeing Twitch and YouTube comments there on the same screen. Still on my phone. Oh, okay, you're on your phone. Yeah, they should be. I remember what Funky told me earlier, so it should be both there. You should both be able to read each other's comments, which is one of the things I said. The only thing you got going for you is that, and I said I can't see paying that much money just for that. If I can't make changes to all these other things, then it's not worth it to me. He goes, well, what is it worth? So I told him. And he said, okay. So Jenna says, that's cool. And Fantasy says, yes, Jenna, I am watching and commenting from Twitch. So see, now I can see you guys, and you guys can see each other. So it took a little arguing, but I got my way. It's not costing me any more than it cost me to use the other one I was using. So I'm happy. Funky should be so proud of me. I know Heather was talking about it, and she was saying that I wonder if I can get back and get that, like, I don't know, 15% or something that said she could get off. I just got a whole bunch off. I got 50% off the big one, their professional package, which brought it down to the same price as it cost me for StreamYard. So he gave me the first one, and I didn't bite. He goes, what is it going to take? Fantasy says, I love the ability to see both comments. Makes it easier to follow what Tessa is saying when I can see the comments from YouTube. Exactly. It was when I didn't know that at first. When I first started out, nobody told me it right away. And I didn't realize that you guys couldn't see each other. And so then they said, you got to make sure you put it on the screen. So I had to try to remember to always put it up on the screen. And then they're like, well, no, you don't really have to do that if you use Restream. I have Funky to thank for that. So he was right. And it's great. And it's working good for me so far. Jenna says, I'm not good at negotiating. I'm not either. I'm surprised when the guy caved so fast. I mean, he really caved fast. I'm like, what's it going to take to keep you? Because, he tried telling me, oh, they're so great. They're so wonderful. I said, StreamYard gives me this, and this. And they said, but StreamYard doesn't give you chat. And I said, yes, they do. I've been chatting with them a lot. Believe me, they have chat. He's like, oh, well, they don't have me. And I'm like, now you're being sarcastic. And I felt like saying something, but I didn't. And, he's like, I said, for that much money, I should be able to put my own backgrounds, my own overlays, my own everything on here. And he says, so what's it going to take? I said, the same amount it cost me for StreamYard. And then I have the extra because the StreamYard doesn't have this option of being able to see each other. And we'll have a deal. He said, all right, you got a deal. So I snapped it up. So as long as I can keep up, with the Wi-Fi and whatnot when I move, I'm set. Except for I don't know how much money I'm going to have each month. I may not be able to keep up with the 25, but for now I got it. I'm thinking maybe I should take this overlay off because it is making it hard to see with that overlay on there. I have to recreate a new one. So let me see if I can. Yeah. Now I can read the comments and stuff. Getting around in here easier. I had a timer up, but for some reason it didn't come up when I came back. Excuse me. I have to look for the timer again. Yeah, Jenna, StreamYard was charging me $25 a month, but I could customize everything. The only thing they didn't have was the ability to see the other people you were streaming with. So like I could stream other people with other platforms. I could stream on Facebook and I can stream on whatever else is out there. I don't even know what they all are. But I wasn't really interested in all those other places. So I'm not really too concerned about that. I just wanted the ability to have the two be together, plus be able to customize it. So for $25, it's $24.95. I saved the whole nickel. I am getting my wish. So I'm proud of myself because I don't normally do things like that. And I'm just like, he's caving in. He's giving me, it's a 50% discount because it's $50 for the next level. To be able to do all that, they charge $50. You got to be kidding me. So I figured might as well. How'd the rest of your work go? It is a good deal. I won't I won't say it isn't a good deal because it is a very good deal. Definitely. Because I thought as soon as I paid the $19, okay, I go on and I start trying to change things. And I'm like, I can't do it. I said the only thing I could do was the logo. I could take their logo off. And so I asked him, he says, yeah. I said, everything else says I have to go to professional, and that is expensive. It worked out for me. I'm not going to argue. I may take some time. If you ever stream your polish your negotiating skills, sometimes you have to, and in a lot of things, I've had to do this before. I mean, sometimes if they want you bad enough, some people just say, "Who cares?" I mean, he technically gave me the 25 plus. Well, he's giving me $25 a month for all that they could have been getting if anybody's willing to pay the $50. I guess they'll try it. And then I guess that maybe they're told if people resist it to just offer them the discount because he caved pretty fast. He definitely caved pretty fast. We had a lot of people on here this afternoon. And just as I shut down, Laura says hi. I'm like, oh man, I didn't even get a chance to say hi to her because I had already hit the end stream. So she says hi. Bye. I'm like, oh man, there's no way of going back. I can't. Once it's ended, it's ended. I can't do anything. Now I don't know if this time did it. This time did I? I had a reboot. Man, it went crazy. Oops, that wasn't muted. I'm surprised. It just now made a sound. Make sure this is muted. Yep, it's muted. Okay. Yeah, so if I go to the page itself, I'm not seeing both of you, except in the extra chat I have to put up. There's two chats here. I can't do anything about that. I have to have the There's no way around that I can see. So I'm happy. Aw, Fantasy says, we had a lot of fun this afternoon. We were really. Oh, were you here when I blocked Funky? I didn't mean to. I'm not sure how it happened, and it wouldn't let me unblock him. He had to go in himself and use his admin, whatever admin he gets when I make you a moderator, and he had to unblock himself because I couldn't unblock him. I'm like, what happened? I'm like, how did you get blocked? Oh, he's so fun. And Barrett is telling me how he loves my short stories and he wants me to be on his live critique group. And I'm like, oh man, I'm kind of nervous about that. You read your work and then everybody critiques it. He says, but your work is good. I've been reading it. I'm like, oh man, I don't know. I'm so embarrassed. Yeah, I blocked him. No, I didn't think you were there. And I couldn't figure out how to unblock him. I said, I can't unblock you. He goes, let me take care of it. And he did. He says, I just used my admin duties as a moderator and unblocked myself. I'm like, good, because I, as the admin, cannot unblock you. Should have kept him there for, well, he wasn't. He had to switch to Funky's side because he was blocked for a while and I couldn't figure out how to unblock him. And then he signed into Twitch and was using his Twitch. Still trying to figure out how to unblock him. Yeah, I did get a lot of praise. It was embarrassing. Very embarrassing. And I don't know if I can do that. Read my work out loud and then have people critique it. I'm not sure. I'd have to pick one of my short stories and work on it a little bit before I think I did something like that, because most of mine are just thrown together and he thinks they're good and they want me on their group to do the critiquing, but it's live, so I don't know. Now you know how I feel when you tell me to promote. Oh, you got me there, Jen. You got me there. Such a techie. Yes, he is a techie. And he says that he does backgrounds and overlays and stuff like that at work. He can do that stuff, he says, at work for me. Jen says, go for it. It's an opportunity to learn. Yeah, but I know he says everything is great. He loves reading my stuff, but doesn't mean everybody will love it. Though most of the people that leave me comments say they like it, so obviously it's not that bad. Well, I told him to send me the info, and I'll have to think about it. Fantasy says, I cringe at sharing my writing. Not sure what makes me think I can publish it when I can't even judge up the courage to have a beta look at the outlines. Oh, boy, you sound like you fit in. Like I said, Jenna, I have to constantly get her to promote her book, and she won't do it. And like she just got back at me and says, and now, look at me. I'm afraid to read my story. Someone wants to put me on their live stream and read and critique my story. And he says, your stories are great. I read them all the time, which I didn't know he was doing that. I don't think they'll be jerks about it. No, I would hope not. And Barra seems like a very nice person, so I'm sure the group is probably nice people. It's, but I guess the same feelings you probably get about promoting your book, I guess is what's hitting me now. Because it's kind of like promoting myself by letting people read. Because I put my stuff on my blog, and there is one, my memoir is on there, and people can read that if they want to. And I'm going to put the first book, once I get it back from Melanie, on the blog as well, so people will be able to read it. But it's different to read it out loud. He did say, though, you could get someone else to read it if you can't read it yourself. But I've been told that I put so much of myself into it when I'm reading that it adds to the story. That's what I've been told, anyhow. You just hit publish and let things happen. Yeah, well, I won't be publishing except on my blog. And for some reason, I don't have a problem putting anything on there. It's the reading out loud that's got me a little addled right now. Reading it out loud. Jen says, I get it. I know you get it. And now I know how you feel. And it's easier for me to promote you because it's not me. You die reading stuff out loud. This is just a little bit worse than publishing your book and promoting it. He wants me to read it out loud in front of people. I mean, it's quite an honor to be asked. And he made it sound like he's been wanting to ask me a while, and that he really likes my stuff, and he was giving me a lot of praise, and that's really great. And who doesn't want to hear that stuff? But yeah, it's scary stuff still. Mm. So I have to think about some of the stuff I've written lately and see what I would have to edit, because I don't usually edit them. I throw them up on the blog. I don't think much about them. I would definitely have to edit it so it's in a much better condition than what it is when I just throw it together. My poor mom didn't even get me to do it in her condition. That's terrible. But I can kind of understand why you didn't want to read that particular item out loud to her. It was a little awkward. If it had just been a short story, fiction short story kind of thing that had maybe nothing to do with you, I mean, I don't know if she would be able to tell from if you read it to her. Would she be able to tell that it had to do with you or not? Would she recognize bits of it as being part of you? My family, my family doesn't even want to read my stuff. And they're not interested. Well, I've given them all enough chances, but nobody wants to read it. And I said I would not read anything out loud. I think listening to my book on Audible would be hard. Hmm. Did she want to read it, or did she want you to read it? I hope not, Tessa. I don't think that would be good for her. Well, that's what I'm meaning. Would she think of it just as a piece of fiction? Or would she actually say, wait a minute, that sounds like you? I mean, that's what I was thinking. Would she think that it was you? Much of my family has my book, and I don't want to think about that. And if they know you well enough, they may know that parts of you are in it. She wanted you to read it because she couldn't see. That would be hard. It would definitely be hard. I can understand that. I mean, I posted my memoir, and it was, when the kids were small, and had some little things in there I thought were, kind of cute. Maybe they'd like to, be interested in reading about their lives when they were little and, how things were, but they didn't care. And I felt really bad that they didn't even care. Jenna says, I don't think they could connect the dots to a degree. I think they could connect the dots to a degree. Sorry, I read that wrong. Yeah, well, that would be rough. Now, of course, my memoir obviously was what really happened. But there wasn't anything in there. I didn't go into the bad parts. I kept it light and airy as possible. I did not go into my real feelings about what was going on and how I felt. I didn't do that. Maybe they do care, but they don't act like they care, and they haven't acted like they've ever read it. So I really don't know. Since I asked my daughter the other day, I said, did you ever read that? Oh, I don't know. That's that's all I got. I don't know. How would you not know if you read it or not? It was all about you as a baby and what I went through being pregnant and afterwards, and some of the funny things and some of the gross things and some stuff like that. And she just like, I don't know, maybe they just don't want to think about that, know about that. I don't admit not about. I'm not sure. I'm my family has me so confused as to what their feelings are. I mean, one minute I think I'm making progress with one of my daughters, and then she throws me a curveball, and then the other one does, and I just don't know. I just don't know what they think and what they care. Plenty of people like it. It might just be awkward for them. Are they readers normally? No, and they aren't readers, and I understand that, but I would think that for the sake of me asking them, that they could. It wasn't that big. It's not like I'm asking them to read a 500-page book. It was very short. I'm not sure if it was it 10 or 20,000 words? It wasn't long. It's pretty short. And I told him, I said, there's some nice things in there, some funny things you might find funny about, when you were little. Yeah, didn't seem interested. And I know the fact that they aren't readers does enter into it. But if somebody asked me to read something, and explain, that it wasn't bad or anything, it was just a funny story about, when they were little, I would think they'd be curious. They weren't even really curious. I mean, I think I would be curious. But then I love to read, so I don't know. I don't know really what to say. So, how big is your bump in the road that you've hit? Is it really you said you had a block? Is it going to be hard to get over and around, or do you think it's just a little bump in the road and you'll be able to get going? I didn't ask my son because after what I got from the girls, I didn't even ask him. He's not a He reads, but when he reads psychology books. He reads things on doomsday and crazy stuff like that. And he wasn't really part of that. That wasn't he wasn't born then. It was just the girls. It was the story of the two girls when they were first born. I was only, a military wife for 4 years, so it was just the two girls. So I didn't even bother. I think I probably told him about it, but he's not super interested either. Though he did give me a journal and said I would be interested to hear what you write. And I'm like, I don't think so. Now, he gave me one of those, the ones they put out where it says, the record of the day when you were born and stuff like that. He sent me one of those type of journals to write in also. And it says, things I want to learn about my mom or something like that. He did send me one of those to work on, which I haven't started yet. But he did send me that. So I guess there's some interest there. I think I'm at the top and we'll be going down some rather than later. I'm confused. Oh, sooner rather than later. I always get back to it. Writing is such an important part of me. So you think it's just a temporary block? I mean, some people say you should just write through it, but it's like, I don't know, depending on how bad it is, or to write something different. That's where I think where prompts come in to play a lot of times. If you can't think of something, sometimes prompts can open that, your thought waves. Oh, I like that. With the idea of using prompts. There's plenty of stuff out there that either you could write a story or you could just write about things in your life, or take what's bothering you right now, write it down, but then they say to burn it, like, don't give it to anybody. Or maybe somebody is really bothering you, they say write exactly how you feel, But don't give it to them. Burn it. Yes, given everything that's happened, maybe. Because there are other things you could write besides stories. It wouldn't have to be a story. Like I said, I've been told it's really great to get your feelings out on paper, but you don't want anybody to see it. And the action of burning it is supposed to release everything and let it go. Symbolic. Maybe it'll help. I didn't sleep well for like a month and then some. I like that he wants to know about you. Um, it's good. I was surprised to receive it, and it's one of the, like I said, it's one of those things that asks questions. Like I would have to really do research. I don't know what the song of the day was when I was born, and you know those kind of questions. It's got all that kind of stuff in there. Besides general questions like, maybe what's your favorite color, or where do you want to live? What kind of job did you want to do? Things like that. It's more of a, like a life, kind of like an autobiography would be, like you would write real stuff about your life. And then, you write it for, and like he says, I would like to read it. So I need to get that out and start working on that too. You have a gorgeous journal that you need to crack open. He gave me a really pretty one. I don't know if you'll be able to see it or not. This is just a regular journal. It's teal, which is my favorite color. I don't know how I managed to figure that one out. It's not super huge. It's not a real, super huge book. I'm at the bus stop. I'll be back soon. Okay. See you soon. Are you still here, Fantasy? I think maybe I'll start a timer and do some work on my blog while I'm waiting for Jen to come back or anybody else to show up. It was a quick advertisement. I didn't have a lot of time. I threw it together like I did this afternoon. I threw it together real fast too. All right, let's see. Share screen. Timer. All right, I'm starting a 25-minute timer now. Let's see here. If I could either do that. I could do that. It's just big enough to put the timer and me in at a nice size. So that's cool. I am Final Fantasy. That must be, let's see, 14 if I remember my Roman numerals. Okay. I just wanted to let you know I'm putting the timer on. You can do whatever you're doing. But I was just wondering if you were still here or not. Miss Jen and I were talking. So I don't know if you just kind of lurked off into the background. But you can go back to playing your game again. I'm going to be quiet. Hey, there's nothing wrong with lurking. I do it sometimes too. I just want to be there and participate in the sprints, but not be part of the chat. Nothing wrong with that. So let's see. I have a couple blog posts I need to do. So I will start with that. Oh, it's the weekend coffee share. Stupid. Wait, wait, wait. I didn't even mute myself for nothing. Jeez, what happened in here? Explosion. Well, Kelly said, "Hi, everyone." HK says, "Raid," or I think. So bad at this. But hello, Tessa. Well, hello, HK. Nice to see you. And it's a raid? Okay. Surprise. Kelly says hi to Jenna. Harley. Hi, Harley. Hey, hey, we meet again. Funky says, "You're back one?" Yeah, I got a little carried away. Well, after we got done, I'm sitting there thinking about it and everything. And so I don't know if you're still here. So I saw where you went off. So maybe I shouldn't say anything. But yeah, I had a talk with Restream about pricing and what they were only giving me for the next level up, which was to take off the logo. And I'm like, you're kidding me. In order to use my own layouts, I have to get the professional, which is $50. I said, no, I don't think so. And that's ridiculous. I can do so much better on StreamYard. So we negotiated and I won. And I got everything for the same price as StreamYard. And I can see my Twitch people and my YouTube people, and they can see each other. So I won. So yeah, I got inspired. Funky says, I'm waiting for the gym to open to go play basketball, but had to check in once I saw you went live again. Yeah, I'm a little got carried away. I haven't had any sleep. I do dumb things when I'm tired. Fantasine says, welcome, Raiders. Yeah, welcome, Raiders. I didn't know what was going on. They always do that when I'm on a stream and I'm not here to see it. Funky says, uh-oh, a raid. Let's hope it's the good ones. Yeah. I told Funky about the one I had. It was not a good raid. It was nasty people saying bad things. All in a big group. So it was set up like a raid, but they weren't nice people. You can hear my audio. Interesting. What audio might that be? Because I can't hear anything. And I don't have anything on in the room. And I don't think anything's on. Because they're all muted. What could you possibly be hearing? I forgot to mute myself. Dummy me. See, I'm not used to this one yet. So I forgot. It has a mute and hide the camera. Just like the other one. But I didn't do it. But I'm trying to think of what in the world you must have heard, because I can't figure out what it might be. And I certainly can't hear anything. Then again, I can't hear anything anyhow, so that doesn't mean anything. Maybe you're hearing my neighbors, because my neighbors are noisy. Very noisy. Fantasy Yet says, yes, we Twitch folks raid a lot. Tomb Raid, Fanta 29 shotgun. Wow. Oof. That's a mouthful. Funky says, okay, maybe not anymore. See, I forgot to mute myself, so maybe you were hearing my neighbors. Because when they get going, they stand right out here in the hallway by my door, yelling. I don't know of anything that's on. Funky says, off the play. You folks have fun. If you're still on later, I'll stop by. Cool. AF Hotmail. Want to become famous. Oh, another one of these. I'm not even going to try to ban it, because the last time I did that, I banned somebody I didn't want to ban, and we had a hard time getting them back. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to ignore them. Greg says, hi, everyone. Hi, Greg. Surprise. It's Monday. Greg says, my goodness, Tessa did really upgrade. New layout, live comments on screen, and ASMR sounds during the sprint. And I haven't the faintest idea what an ASMR sound is. So if I'm doing it, I don't know what I'm doing. Because I don't know what it is. Big says, Tessa Dean, I think you might want to do something about that comment on Twitch. Yeah, that's the problem. The last time I got one, because I got one last time too. And what did I do? I banned Funky. And I couldn't get Funky back. Now, the funny thing was, Funky was able to use his wrench abilities that I gave him as moderator and unban himself. But I couldn't unban him. How's that for something wrong there somewhere? But thankfully, we got it straightened out. But I'm afraid to try it again because if I do it, I may not get them back. And I don't want to ban anybody that I don't want to ban. So we're going to ignore them unless they keep doing it. Fantasine says, PJ saw curse, lit, saw, and burn that bot. What? Not sure what that means. Hardy says, not me, forgetting this account needs a profile pic. Yeah, otherwise you get that little person-like thing. Fantasy says, it's hard to hear you encounter some people like that. I can't understand what makes people find enjoyment by being cruel to others. Me either. And some of it was pretty mean, referring to my age and other things. Not nice. Very, very not nice people at all. I think he was saying your audio was not on mute when you had the spring going. No, it wasn't. Definitely not. I just realized when I came back, I'm like, oh man, I'm not used to this yet. So I forgot to mute and I forgot to put the camera on, turn the camera off. And so, yeah. Oh, I was eating pretzels, so it's probably crunching. Interesting sound for your background sounds, right? Very interesting background sounds. That person with the Hotmail on their username is a bot. The other thing in my confusing comment were the names of two emotes. I reported the bot to Twitch. Oh, okay. Thank you. I had one earlier, and so I said I accidentally banned Funky, so I didn't want to do that again and ban somebody else. It's just like it's getting worse. When I first started, I didn't have that many people doing this kind of stuff. It just seems to be getting worse. Understandable. Yeah. It's people that have nothing better to do with their lives than to do that kind of stuff. I don't know why. I just can't. I can never be that way. And I don't understand people who are that way. I know they're in this world, but I don't know why they're like that. I just don't understand them. And, and these people that scam all day long on the phone, get a job. Quit harassing people. I mean, do you really enjoy having the phone hung up on you all the time? And that's all I do all day long is answer the stupid phone. A lot of them, thankfully, get picked up as spam, and I don't get the ring, so I don't even have to answer. Some are maybe, so they give me the option of answering or not answering. And most of the time, it's garbage. So I read some comments on my blog. I was going to start writing a blog post when I thought I better check the time. And when I came back, I realized, yeah, good thing I did. That sprint was about over. And then I saw all these people. I'm like, oh man, I always miss it whenever something like that happens. Uh, yeah, so for those of you who weren't here, I had a little chat with Restream and got my almost exact services from Street that I get from StreamYard. But with the one good thing is that here I can have both Twitch and YouTube see each other, which I didn't get on StreamYard. So that is one little extra in my side. And the rest of it, because they're like, oh, it was $19. And all I could do was take Restream off. I'm like, you're kidding me. That's all I get for $19. Except for $25, I can change my backgrounds and I have to create some new ones, obviously, because the layout here is different. Backgrounds and overlays and logos and all this stuff I can do on Twitch for $25, and you want $50. So he said, first he was giving me like a 15% discount. I'm like, I don't think so. But finally he says, what's it going to take? Give me everything that I had. And so he said, all right, I'll give you 50% off, which makes it the same price. I said, got a deal. So I moved away from StreamYard mainly because I wasn't going to do this, just like I wasn't going to go to Twitch either. Mainly because when we're on StreamYard and I have Twitch and I have YouTube, unless I put the message up on the screen, you guys can't see the conversation going on. So you can't have a flow conversation. It's hard, and if I forget to put something up, people don't know what's going on. So Funky told me about this, and at first I was not going to do it. And I thought it seemed complicated at first, but it wasn't as complicated as I thought. And then I found out that I really could have both of these in the same. I mean, there's two streams here, obviously. I guess you see both streams. I don't know if you do or you don't. I have two streams here anyhow. But the stream, you can both see each other now. So the conversation can go on in a nice flow. And since it's not costing me anymore, and it seems to be working okay, because I tried it out earlier this afternoon for several hours. It seems to be working out okay. So I changed. So that's why. I do things sometimes on whims still, and sometimes I do things I shouldn't do on whims. Yeah, that's what I mean. You see the Twitch comments on YouTube now. Whereas before, neither one of you saw each other's comments. So the conversation didn't make any sense. I had to make sure I posted every comment on the screen for you guys to see the other guy. And now I don't have to do that. I can if I want, but I don't have to do that. You guys can read all the comments because you can see each other, which is the biggest selling point. And not just, if I decide to stream the more, I can stream the more people. I can stream the Facebook. Not that I have anybody on my Facebook, but I could stream the Facebook. And there's like 30 some platforms. So, yeah. I can see how this can have both a downside and an upside with the new system. Inappropriate comments appear on screen before you get a chance to delete them. Well, they did them on StreamYard as well. So the same thing would have happened if we were on StreamYard. They appear, and I can't do anything about them. And they're on 2 different platforms, so I have to go to 2 different screens. Now everything's on one screen. What does it look like when you highlight a comment? Like that. Just like the other one. I have options of how to make this either square, round, or, well, rectangular. I'm sorry. I don't need all my shapes. Rectangular, circular, or rectangular with a little sidebar here. And I don't know if that probably affects this too down here. Most likely. I don't know. Let me see. I go and I change it to this one. Oh, now it looks, that's the way that one looks. And this is the default one. This is the default. I kind of like rounded edges myself. That's kind of why I went with that one. Then there's, that's a little strange. That's not too bad, but it's square or rectangular. So, but I'm allowed to use my own background, my own overlays, which I have to remake now because they don't line up right. My own logo. That doesn't fit right because it's right under the comments. Right on top of the comments. I take that back. It's right on top of the comments, so it's not in a good place. So I have to do something. I can't, if I use their place logo, then it's going to put it on top of the comments. So I need to incorporate it into my overlay. That's all. So let's see. The StreamYard comments were only in the chat box. If you deleted them, no one would see them during a replay. Sam, most of the time you didn't see the comments. But this is on the screen. It's part of the screen. So yeah, you probably get to see them in a replay. I haven't tried watching a replay. So, yeah, I keep doing things I say I'm not going to do. I know. You should know me by now. Just because I say I'm not going to do it doesn't mean I won't do it. I swore up and down I wasn't going to do this. And I did it. Part of which means that my antidepressant's working. I'm slightly manic, which means I do things that I may or may not regret later on. But I do them anyhow. And I can't do anything about that. So I'd rather do that than be depressed like I was. Because I was super depressed, and now I'm not quite so depressed. But manic, I can be a danger to myself. But this didn't cost me any more than what I was paying. I just canceled StreamYard, so I'm not paying them, and I'm paying these people instead, and I so far like it better. So I'm happy. Excuse me. I assume you paid for a month. You can decide after a month whether you like the new system or prefer the old one. Oops. I clicked that before I meant to, but I clicked it. I can cancel at any time. But I would have to be sure I really want to cancel because I won't get that discount again. And right now I've got the discount. So StreamYard's still free. I mean, I could still use StreamYard too if I wanted to. But I got what I wanted with this at the price I wanted, with the extra bonus of being able to see everybody in the chat. Well, I could see everybody in the chat anyhow, but nobody else could. So now you all can see each other. I think it's a win-win. If I find it's a terrible mistake, you're right. I've got a month to decide. With the new system, can you disable on-screen chat if you want to? Does that answer your question? Yes, I can. Obviously, it deletes everything that was in there, so it'll start fresh with the error. There's the first comment. Yep, I guess it does. So I don't have to have it on there if I don't want it. But then you guys won't see each other. You can only see each other if it's on screen. So it's weird having two chats. And the only way I can put the chat on the screen is to use the other one. So I kind of have to have them both. It does have a few flaws, but they're not major flaws. At least I don't think they're major flaws. I haven't seen anything really bad yet. I mean, the free thing had a lot of choices, a lot more than StreamYard had. They did give you more choices. So that was good. This is called Restream, and it's Restream.io. And before I got it taken off, it said restream across where the comments were and over here on the other side where the counter is. And then I was able to get one off. And then when I talked to them, I found out how I could get the other one off by paying $19. Oh, you're kidding me, right? $19 to take that off. And that's all I get? Oh, well. So far, so good. I had to reboot, though, because I was having issues earlier, and I was having a hard time. I still got a ton of stuff open. I have to stop having so many screens open. I always have too many screens open. I need to close some of these screens up. Way too many screens open. I really dragged it to super slow earlier. And I kept getting stuck. I couldn't get back on the screen. All right. So, I think it's time for another sprint. I don't know if anybody besides me is sprinting, but time for me to start another sprint. So, in the timer, I mean, there's different ways of doing the timer. Because I could do this. I can do this. I could do this. Or I could go back to where I was. Greg says, well, I will at least try the sprint. Well, that's good. Give it the old college try. So let me set the timer. "25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go." This time, I wonder if there's a way to set a picture there. Yes. Ooh, that was loud. No, I don't want to do that. I'm getting my hair cut Friday, so it'll look more like this. Oh, that's lovely. There's just one problem. It's upside down. Oh, here it is. Rotate. Ah, much better. There we go. Fixed. See you later. Well, as you see, I did mute. I did mute Greg. I just didn't do it yet because I'm still talking. So I did one post on my blog. That was it. Not many other prompts interested me. And we have a newcomer. Hello, Miss Melanie. Ooh, looks like I came in just in time for chatting. Good evening, everyone. Hello, Miss Melanie. And I have a new setup. So, Greg got 29 words, starting slowly. Well, it's 29 words more than I got. No, actually, my post did have probably 100 or so. Yeah, at least 100 words in it. That was all I did. The rest was putting the post together and getting it posted on my blog. But so I have a new setup. This is not StreamYard. This is Restream. I had to negotiate today to get the price to be the same as StreamYard because they're very expensive. Didn't know I had it in me, but I did. So I have some work to do to make some new overlays and stuff to work with the new setup. But now everybody can see Twitch and YouTube together. So you can keep seeing the conversation as it goes. You don't have to worry about me putting it over there or you miss something. You can all see each other, which is the best part. Melanie says I am going to be typing up my developmental notes for the memoir and sending it your way tonight, Tessa. Oh, cool. Meant to get that done yesterday, but meh, life. Yeah, I know that feeling. But I am actually feeling better today because I'm a little bit manic, which is kind of what got me into this whole thing. This is my second stream today, by the way. I streamed for almost 4 hours this afternoon. I took a short break. I got into it with the guy from Restream, and then I set up another stream, and I'm streaming again. But I don't normally do those things, but I was feeling manic today. Not depressed, you know. I have to be a little careful, because if I get on Amazon, I'm liable to buy the whole store out. You know, that kind of thing. So, way to go. Melanie says, you're a Libra, so you're naturally diplomatic. Makes sense. You were able to negotiate a more fair price. The guy actually asked me, he goes, what do I have to do to get you to stay with us? I say, give me all the stuff the StreamYard gives me for that same price, and then I'll stay. And he's like, okay, 50% off our professional package. And I get the added addition of being able to see Twitch and YouTube together. Or anybody else I just stream with. If I want to do Facebook, Facebook will be there too. Got all that. So, yep. That's what it took. Yes, I answered. He said, okay. I'm like, wow, okay, great. Oh, yes, I'm an impulse buyer. Hardcore, but I'm manic. Yep. The worst place I could be, especially right now, is Amazon, because it's so simple. Just open that up and just start buying. And just click, 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 and onto the credit card it goes, and before you know it, and I've already bought a few things that I shouldn't probably have, but I did anyhow. And now I did this. So yeah, I'm a little manic today. Melanie says, nice, that's fantastic. And do the comments pop up automatically now, or do you have to fight the jumping? Things still jump. As far as I can tell, they still jump. Melanie says, I may or may not have started up a cart to get accessories for my knockoff Happy Planner that I found at Five Below. Well, I didn't do that. I didn't get a knockoff one from Five Below, but I found a company online that, so it's not super cheap, and maybe might be around the same as Happy Planner, but their paper is sturdier. I like their designs. I'm able to buy what I want. So, you can you can make one from scratch, just like with Happy Planner. You can buy the cover and the dividers and I think it's coming with, I think my cover comes with rings. I don't know what color, probably just plain old black rings. I got plenty of colored rings here. I don't need the black ones. I think they come with black ones. I have 2 sizes now because they accidentally sent me the wrong order. I ordered 3 sets of undated calendar pages. And when I got them, they were the wrong size. So I wrote back to them, and they checked the order and said, you're right, we sent you the wrong size. They said, you don't have to send them back. We'll send you the correct size. So they did, and I thought about it, and I thought, you know what? I'm just going to buy a cover and some dividers, and now I got 2. I can do whatever I want with it, and it's a bigger one. It's not the same size. I got the smaller one. This is the 8.5 by 5.5 or whatever that size is. So I decided to go ahead and buy them. So now I have 2, and I have undated pages. So when I can't afford to pay to buy, they got the new monthly out for 2022. I mean the new year, the yearly, monthly, weekly pages for 2022. I ordered them now since I still have money right now. So this will wait even longer. So this will stretch it out. So when I run it out, I won't be able to pay that kind of money to buy the pages. I'll have them already. So kind of thinking ahead. So seriously, it was an 11-disc notebook that fits the big Happy Planner size for $5. I don't mind paying $10 for a pack of colored paper if I don't have to pay $35. Makes sense. Definitely makes sense. The only reason I have the big one, the 11 discs, is because they accidentally sent me the pages for it. So I just bought a cover and a few other, and the dividers for it. So I could switch to a bigger one if I want. I got them both now. Decide what I want to use. When the time comes, I'll have, when I run out of the small ones, then I'll have the large ones. That'll keep me going for a few years when I can't afford to buy those pages. Melanie says also, Michael's is having a huge 50% on sale on Happy Planner products for back to school season. Our Michael's closed. I don't I don't know if they reopened or if they're online or what, but our mic was closed. They're also offering free shipping on orders over $59. And Holly says, "Oh, that's a good idea, Tessa." I thought it was. Thinking ahead. They're online, yeah, because I know they closed our stores. We don't have one anymore. But I got to stay off of those things because I got tons of sticker books and I don't need to buy any more stickers. You still have a few stores left, though, at least around there. There may be some around here because there were more. I don't know whether they all closed or not. The one real close to me closed, I know. You're planning for your planners to help you continuously plan. Yeah, because I figured eventually I'm not going to be able to buy, keep on buying. So right now, they just came out. They just advertised today. I said, well, I'm going to order that. So that's one more year taken care of before I have to start, using undated pages. And I don't know how many undated pages I have. I don't know how long they'll last me. And then I got the big one because they sent me that and I don't have to send it back. So that works out good. You actually have some planner stickers that should be delivered by midweek next week that you purchased from the Organized Money. I love Elena's YouTube channel. Very helpful for working with planners. I don't usually do anything with money and stuff, so like I have a running budget. It's on a spreadsheet, and my daughter helped me set it up, and at the beginning of the month when I get my check, I put in the amount that I'm starting with for the month, whatever's left plus the new. And then I have automatic debits already set up for the stuff that comes out automatically. It gets paid automatically. And then there's a section for things that, I buy, like planner stuff and whatnot that, I didn't plan on, then don't have a spot in there. And it keeps a running total. And I can see whether or not I can pay the rent on the 1st or when I get paid on the 3rd. Because they know, because some of us don't get paid to the 3rd, we have to the 5th. But it lets me know if I have enough to pay it on the 1st before I get paid, or do I have to wait until, as long as I get, pay it on the 3rd, I'm on time. That's how it's set up. They know, we get Social Security on the 3rd, so they don't make it late and it's not really, really late until I think the 13th. I mean, they actually give us a pretty decent time. But there's still people obviously aren't paying their rent because there was a notice in the newsletter. And it's like, why are these people suddenly having an issue when we all get our checks? We all, didn't lose jobs. So why are we having people that aren't, it's a senior citizen place. People are on disability or on Social Security. They get a check every month. So what changed that they aren't paying their rent? But obviously it's enough of a problem that they had to do it, in several newsletters now. And explain to them that just because, they say they can't throw you out because you're not paying your rent doesn't mean you don't pay your rent. That rent's due no matter what. You're just letting it, letting it build up and spending the money on something else. You're going to be in for a big surprise. once that moratorium comes off. We just realized you didn't open the document yet. That would be helpful, wouldn't it? Yeah. It does work better with the document open. Definitely makes it easier to work. So, I should get ready to set another timer up. I'm reading different books on outlining to see if there's anything that strikes my fancy. That one, Take Your Pants Off, doesn't do anything for me at all. Not even going to finish reading that one. That one's out of here. I mean, I could have gotten away with it because there weren't too many developmental notes that I needed to make right on the manuscript itself. So, yeah. Okay. So, let's see. Timer. 25 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And I will be back. Okay. So Greg, that's a good one, Greg. I really like that. So he says to Melanie, that sounds like you plan more on doing planning rather than doing the stuff you planned on doing. I like that. Really good. And Melanie says, actually, that used to be an Achilles heel for me when I was bullet journaling to Greg. But now that I'm working with in an actual planner, I'm more proactive about doing what needs done. Uh, Also, speaking of getting things done, I sent my notes over for you, Tessa. Your email has the underscore and not the dot. Correct. You'll figure that out eventually. If you don't, you'll keep getting it back. Because for some reason, it doesn't understand it if you put the other thing there instead of the correct one. It's funny that way. So, how'd you guys do? I didn't get to my email, so I didn't even get over there to look. I was looking at Instagram, and then I started looking at people that were following me, so I had to check them out to see if I was going to follow them back. Because if they don't have anything to do with writing, I don't follow them back. Unless it's somebody I know from my, life, then I will let them, be part of my group. But otherwise, I don't follow anybody that I have so many people following me for, well, we got the men, and of course, that are always following, trying to get some woman to, fall all over them. Those I just completely ignore. Then I get some, it's like, well, am I interested maybe in that subject? I mean, somebody sent me a thing, they wanted to follow me, and it was candles for writing, and no, I don't really need that. So, no, I'm not going to follow you. Well, I haven't gotten any undeliverable, so I'll take that as a good sign. Yeah, that makes sense. I actually didn't see how long you'd set the timer for once I started drafting the email. I got so focused they didn't come back here until 7 minutes left. Oh, and by the way, I've sent 2 emails today, Tessa. Read the update one first whenever you get to them. Update one first. Okay. So we got Greg here, who has 174 words. This time you definitely beat me. I didn't write any words this time at all. I looked at Instagram. Did I do anything besides that? I don't think so. I think I was lost in Instagram land. I didn't do much else. So yeah, great job. 174 words. I was kind of thinking about, Barrett Laurie wants, I don't know if you were here, he wants to feature me on his critique live group. He says he likes my short stories, he's been reading them. And he wants me to join, and he says, then you read your piece out loud and then they critique it. And I'm like, I'm not sure about that one. It's one thing to have, people read my work, but to read it out loud and then have them critique it out loud for everybody to hear, I'm not sure. I mean, I was, I felt good. I mean, it was really, nice feeling that somebody's, felt that way, but kind of embarrassed. So Jen was laughing at me. She says, "And you were laughing at me when I didn't want to promote my book?" And I said, "Yeah, I can see what you mean now." Yeah, it is cool to be offered, and so now I got to think of something. What do I have that I think might be good enough that people would be interested in? Some of the stuff I write is just really very short, not much to it. I would have to actually, and I usually just throw it together. I would actually have to edit it and make it better. So I told him, "Well, send me the info and I'll see what I can do about it." I just don't know. I had to do it with the writing group that I'm in. I have to read it out loud, and that's hard enough to do. And they critique it too. So it's not that I haven't had it done before, but I don't know how many people watch these live critiques. Melanie said that was something to get used to when I was an undergrad in my creative writing program. Having a critique while you are there can be nerve-wracking, but it is helpful. Yeah, and I mean, and they liked it, and they liked the fact they said something about how I put myself when I'm reading it out loud. I'm putting myself into it, so there's more than just sitting there reading a story. I'm actually putting myself into the story as if it's happening, which I think I took as a good thing, you know. So I don't know. We'll see what happens if I'm able to do it or not. That's what I was going to do. I was going to go try looking up some of those videos and see how they go, see what happens in them. But I got sidetracked by Instagram, so that didn't happen. And then Jen asked me, how long did I go after she left? I said, we're still going. And stopped it. Oh, goodness gracious. What time is it? Anyhow, 10 o'clock. I have to get up at 6 tomorrow. Ugh. That's the only bad thing about this age. She works at least, but I have to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Not a fun thing. It says there's 7 people here, but I haven't the faintest idea who they might be. Because Greg and Melanie are the only two I've been seeing talking. Melanie says, "Oh, I found out today that I got approved to work an earlier shift starting on 9/6. I'll switch from 11:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. and work 10:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. Well, that's good if you like working earlier. For me, it would be problematic because I don't like getting up early in the morning, so I wouldn't like an earlier shift. I hated it when I had to move to the earlier shift. When I switched departments, I had to move. I like the later. I would work all night if I could get the job. Obviously, there are a lot of people like those middle of the night jobs. uh, you want to be off earlier, but I don't like early mornings. But I'll only have to do it for a few weeks because then I'll be off work again for a while. Well, I guess a few weeks. I live with it. It's got a timetable, and it's going to end. It's not going on forever that time, which is a good thing. I called Medicare last night. And I got a couple names of a few doctors, but I thought it's kind of silly for me to get a doctor now when I know I'm moving somewhere. I just don't know where or when. So I hate to, go through the hassle, make an appointment, maybe even get to one of them, and then have to switch to another doctor. So it's kind of like I guess I need to put it off for a little bit longer. But I found out the way it works and what I had to do. So at least I got that part done. And I told him I'm looking more for therapy than I am. I'm not really looking for a psychiatrist. I'm looking more for a therapist. If I can find one that just wants to do again. Oh, boy, I can't hear this. I guess my headphones, because they cover my ears so tight. My sugar's high. But I just took some insulin and it'll come down. Uh-oh. We be getting raided again? But Belarns Raiders United. It ran so fast I didn't even see how half of it. I won't go any further down. Or maybe I need to go up. Oh. Alright, I need to go up. So you heard the beeping. I figured that out. Alright. Large Raiders United. Barrett Laurie. We were just speaking about you. Raid. Maggie's here. Harley Andrada. I wondered if that was Chandra's Maggie, because I'm looking at the cat and I'm looking at the word something orange, and I'm like, gotta be Chandra. Well, welcome, guys. Mallory. Welcome, Mallory. There's Maggie. Fantasy says, welcome, Raiders. Yeah. Melanie Barrett must have heard us talking about him. We were just talking about you and what you were talking about your offer earlier and how nervous I was thinking about it. Harley says, the second time I ended up on a raid to the same stream. That's funny. I assumed it was Dobby when I saw, when I realized who it was, I figured it was probably Dobby. That's so cute. Dobby's something else. Yeah. Yeah, I'm marathoning it today. Like 4 hours this afternoon and like running on, well, we're over 3 hours tonight. So I'm trying out this new Restream and I'm really liking it. So I switched to Restream instead of StreamYard. But I really had to talk this guy down because their prices are outrageous. So I talked them down and give me the same price as for StreamYard for the same thing. And I said, you got to be kidding me when he told me all I got for my whole $19. I'm like, I don't think so. So we had a bargaining session, which I don't usually do, but I did this time. And it worked. You have, already says, I have legitimately done marathons for a week straight. I haven't gotten a whole lot done, but yeah, I've been streaming a lot. I've been running my mouth a lot. But nice to see you all. Thanks for coming. And I definitely love the Dobby emote. That is so cute. Did you make that yourself, Chandra? If you're here, well, she may not be here. She may have stayed behind the talk. uh, now I am on both streams. And if you see, you can now see both Twitch and YouTube on the same stream, which is what I like about Restream. I don't have to make sure I put each one up, which I just realized I left that one up. I'll take that down wherever I find it. There. Okay. So now you can see Twitch and YouTube, and you can follow the whole conversation now. I don't have to make sure I put each comment up there for you to see. That's one of the things I do like about Restream. I wasn't going to do it, but it changed my mind when I could see I could do that. And your computer is totally hating you for it. Overworking it. Melanie says, I just realized that if you're streaming on both platforms, Twitch and YouTube, Tessa, that means we can chat both here and on Twitch, since not everyone from there will come here, and vice versa. They don't have to. You see Twitch, and Twitch sees YouTube now. It's all one combined chat. That's the whole idea of the Restream, is it's all one chat. So I don't have to sit and click, whereas before I would have to click on each thing to make sure both people got to see it from both streams. Now it's all one stream. So you can't chat on, I mean, it's going to show up on here together. I mean, you won't see it. Actually, how does it look? What do you see? Oh, you see them. You see them both, but the one on the screen is both of them together. If you look at the one on the right, you only see, this is Twitch, so you only see Twitch. But if you look at the one in the middle that's on the screen, that one has both Twitch and YouTube. So you don't even have to look at the one on the right anymore. Just like here, if you look, you'll see Twitch and you'll see YouTube. Whereas before you couldn't do that, so that you can follow the stream and you can follow the conversation now. So it's really cool. And so when you're doing a duel, you don't have to do that anymore with the, make sure you copy every copy down, put every comment down here, because they won't be able to keep up with the conversation. Everybody sees. Both of them are up there. There's an example right there at the top of the screen. So it's restream.io. It's more expensive than um, StreamYard, but their free version has more things available. Like you have more backgrounds and overlays and stuff like that that you can use. But if you want to take off the logo, if you want to put your own backgrounds and your own overlays and stuff on it, you have to pay for it. But it is expensive. And they wanted $19 just to take the logo off. I said, are you kidding me? I paid $25 to StreamYard and I can take the logo off. I can put my own overlays, my own backgrounds, and everything. And he says, well, what can I do for you to make you stay? I said, give me it for $25. I'll stay. Give me everything for $25. That's what I'm paying. Plus, I get, which may not have realized, but I also get the combined messages. So he said, okay. So that's what I did. Yeah, that's the only bad thing is you have to have a good internet, and I couldn't in the beginning. I had to get an Ethernet cable and connect directly into my cable box. So I don't know how this is going to work when I move and only have Wi-Fi. It may not work at all. So far, I'm liking this. I've been playing with it all day. I've been online all day. 4 hours earlier, over 3 hours now. Hi, Vixen and Fiction. I just realized you're here too. Fantasy waves to Melanie. Yeah, that's the one thing I like. It's the whole thing is now all together, and you can just read the whole comments. And whatever you put in that, so you have to put obviously the type of message you have to type it on the comment on the right. So for it to go in. And if I don't put the overlay up, then I can leave it separate. I don't have to put the overlay up. This is stuff Funky helped me with earlier. We learned a lot from Funky today. He was a big help. And then I blocked him. And he's like, I said, I don't know how. And I don't know how to unblock you. So he had to take his moderator duties, take his little wrench and unblock himself because I couldn't unblock him. Oh my goodness. Fantasine says to Penumbra, I used to stream single player games on a cell phone with Wi-Fi at 360p. Don't let bad internet stop you from trying it out. I did have a lot of problem with mine in the beginning. Till I put the Ethernet cable on. I don't know. I wasn't doing my phone, so I don't know if the phone would have been better. But I do know I had a problem with the PC. Melanie says, you will, Maggie. Yeah, I got raided last time when I was in the middle of a stream and I came back to a flurry of people. What is going on? Oh no. We are so rural that we just moved past dial-up 6 years ago. Wow, dial-up. I haven't seen dial-up in super long time ago. There isn't even cell service at my house. We have to drive 17 miles. That kind of takes away the usage of a cell phone if you have to drive 17 miles to use it. Yeah, that's actually fascinating. Melanie says, hard to believe that in this day and age, there's still people that are still having that to work, to live with. Maggie says, the joke where I live is that we don't live at the end of the earth, but we can see Kansas from here. Uh, that's funny. Yeah, I would not have believed it possible in this day and age that even rural was still that far out of it. The only thing startling me is I'm not used to yet is when the message comes across the screen, it kind of like comes across like it slides in, and it kind of goes like this when it comes in. I'm like, what? It's another message. Oh, and it just kind of bounces. Maggie says they are supposed to be putting towers along the highway 12 miles north of us, but I will believe it if I see it. Fantasine says, where I am, if I step into the wrong spot in my house, I lose cell phone reception. I used to have that problem. There were certain rooms in the house where we didn't have reception. Luckily, where I'm at now, I've got good reception. Since it's the only phone I have, well, it's not the only phone I have, it's the only one I use. Greg says, I am tired now. I might see you tomorrow. Goodbye. Bye, Greg. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I still plan on streaming tomorrow. Maggie says good night. Fantasine says good night. See, it's nice because everybody's been able to see all the comments. You're not left out. Nobody's left out. Looks like I got time for one more sprint, and then I can't stay up late tonight because I have to get up at 6 in the morning. It comes awful fast. Way too fast. So I'm going to start another stream, and that should be the last one. So who wants to be my backup accountability partner? Hubby's getting up at 6:45 a.m. to walk, and I haven't exercised in a couple of weeks. What kind of a partner are you looking for? Someone to walk with? Tessa, you can text me when you get up. I can barely text when I'm awake. At 6 o'clock in the morning, you want me to text you? Besides, I'm getting up at 6, not 6:45. I do get up at 6 a.m. and I have had to double up on the allergy meds because of the smoke blowing in. Oh, gee. Holly says, and remind me it's for my overall well-being. Why, you're busy yelling at me? I don't think so. Maggie said, Melanie says, oh no, Maggie, that's awful. Maggie says, I have my goats to encourage me to get up because they will yell at the house until someone feeds them. There you are. Get yourself a goat. Fantasy says, I set alert on my cell phone last night to remind me to exercise and then forgot about it until now. I had to wonder why it beeped in the other room earlier. uh, Wait, yelling at you? Who's yelling? I just got confused. Never mind. Ignore me. Melanie said I would love to have goats. I actually want an alpaca farm someday and a barn for stray cats. Nice. Me, feed us. Oh God, that would drive me nuts. It's bad enough my cell phone is yapping in my ear to get up. Sounds like my cats already, Maggie. Oh gosh. All right, let's set a timer. Last one. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. One day I set my Alexa to say, get your asses up and go to the gym at 7 a.m. It worked. Wish my cat yelled at me to get up. Both her and my roommate's cat pinned me to the bed and tried to make me sleep more. I'm going to take a eucalyptus bath and go to sleep. Be blessed, everyone. Good night, Maggie. Hope you feel better. Timer started. Last one in the night, guys. All right, so I went and looked at Barrett's group, critique group. I looked at one, started anyhow. I didn't get too far in it to get an idea of what goes on. So, what did you guys? Tony says, looks like I'm the last one standing on the YouTube side. There's 8 people here. But I got an idea, a little bit, very short. He was reading somebody's. So there was 5 people on the panel. Somebody was out. I guess there was supposed to be 6. I don't think but Barrett was reading, so the person wasn't reading their own works. So I don't know if people's subject, that's not the word. So what I want. People send in work, but they don't necessarily are there, I guess. So I didn't get too far into it. I was listening to him read. Melanie says, I'm going to treat myself to a spa night once the stream wraps up. Enjoy a hot bath, wash my hair, put a face mask on, change my nail polish. Yeah, I'm going to relax a bit. It's 11 o'clock at night. And you want to get up at 6 o'clock and go exercise? And I'm going to go in. I took my sleep medicine and everything, so I'll be ready when this wraps up, hopefully to fall asleep. You organized your email inbox, replied to a couple of emails, and played a bit of bingo. My email inbox is a mess. I don't want to get up early, but I need to. Fantasy, man, all this talk about relaxing spa nights is making me want to have one myself later this evening. I wish I could still do that kind of stuff. I can barely get into the tub to take my shower. I have to hold on to the handles and try to get my legs over the side because I'm short, so the tub is tall and hard for me to climb into the tub. And I have to shower. I sit on a stool while someone washes me. And it's loads of fun. Not much of a spa night there. And if I ever got down in the tub, I would never get out of it again. Unfortunately. Today was a difficult day and I need to relax a bit. Go for it, Fantasy. Treat yourself. Hopefully the bath works out better this time around. Last time the water wouldn't get hot enough. We had no water this morning. We went downstairs, put the laundry in the laundry, and I didn't notice whether the water started or not. Got up to my apartment, and the ade's like, you don't have no water. What do you mean you don't have no water? So I went out there. She goes, did you turn the water off? I said, no, I didn't turn the water off. Why would I turn the water off? So I turned the faucet. I said, the water's off. And so I went in the bathroom. Water's off there too. Called maintenance. Nobody answered. Left a message. Went out. to head back to the laundry room because now I'm wondering what my laundry's doing. We dumped the laundry and the soap and everything in the thing and turned the machine on. And when I got there, I said to my neighbor, I said, "Did you have your water go off?" He said, "Yeah, but it was just a few minutes." So we had put laundry in, and I don't know what happened. And I get down there, and there's bubbles everywhere. She put too much soap in there. And I'm like, we got to get out of here before somebody sees all these bubbles. And so we there was some water. I don't know how well the clothes got washed, but they were wet. So I hope they got the soap at least rinsed out of them. Hoping anyhow. Innocent says, I'm debating between getting a walk-in tub or a walk-in shower. I'm getting old and my hip is not liking things like tub sides anymore. And I can't. I have to heck of a time climbing into my tub because I don't have a walk-in shower. Where I plan to move has a walk-in shower. Hopefully that's where I'm moving. And it does have a walk-in shower. So I won't have to be dealing with these climbing over the sides of the shower into the tub. Melanie says, oh no. Fantasy says, well, back in the 70s, my sister put liquid dish soap in the clothes washing machine. My mom came home from a nice dinner out with my dad to find laundry room full of suds. Well, this one, I knew, I watched, and there wasn't anything I could do because she had dumped it in already. She said, how much? I said, just to the cup, Figured she would fill it to the mark. She filled the whole cup and dumped it in before I could even say a word. I'm like, oh my God. And we came downstairs and there were suds coming out of the thing. And I'm like, oh God, I've heard of people doing this and I don't know what happens if they catch it. I'm like, let's get out of here. Went back later to get the clothes out of the thing and like, well, it went down a little bit. And so she says, you going to come down with me when I go get the clothes? I said, I don't need to. I think you know where the laundry room is now. You don't need me to take you back down there and hold your hand. Yeah, it does get more difficult to get in and out of a tub. And I'm short. Not only that, I'm short. So being short makes it hard to climb over the side of the tub. In addition to all the pain I go through and everything, so it's really difficult. I would love a walk-in tub because I love baths, but I know that's not going to be happening. I'm lucky to get a walk-in shower at this place, which is better than a climbing in the shower into the bathtub to take a shower. That's if I get this place. I still don't know. I haven't heard anything yet. I want a walk-in tub since I can add a shower to that, but just a shower only is much cheaper. Yeah, they can add showers to them. Yeah, unless I had a ton of money, which I don't, walk-in bathtub's out of the question. So I'd rather have a walk-in shower so I don't have to climb over the bathtub. I'm really tired of climbing over the bathtub. In and out is such a hassle. And I almost fall all the time. I have to hold on to the railings and try to climb out. It's a mess. Melanie says, all right, you all, I'm taking off. Take care. Stay safe. Sleep well, Tessa. Yeah, you too. Good night, Melanie. Good night, Fantasy. It's 11:02. Time to end this party. And anybody else who's still here, good night. That's my second streaming today. That's 8 hours. I think that's more than enough streaming. Back to the old habits of streaming for 8 to 11 hours a night. Jeez. But I wanted to try this out, so. But I'm streaming tomorrow, so you can still come back tomorrow at 7. I'll see you later. Good night, everyone.